Hello everyone, how's it going? Hi. First off, hello. Hello Twitch. Hello YouTube. Congrats on first on. Thank you for the sanity check. Hello Ori. Hello Quadris. Thank you for the head taps. Let me get those on. Hello Bushin. Hello Phoenix. Thank you for the stream streak, Phoenix. 125 solid number. Hello Mino. Welcome on in. We're doing art tonight. And we have lots of yapping planned. If I feel so moved, we might watch some League of Legends towards the end of the stream. Yeah, but you know, I figure it's been a little bit since it's been just us talking, you know? Hello, Lodra. Hi, how are you? Chat, I know y'all can't see YouTube, but just pretend YouTube's there, alright? Just pretend that YouTube is there. YouTube's very important. One day we'll have the goal to throw YouTube up on Yield's screen. Until then, we're hanging out. You were playing Pokemon Legends ZA and you forgot you turned stream on, so you got spooked. Oh. I'm sorry. Happy Halloween, I suppose. So we got the rough sketches done for this very cute little character. Very cute. This is a request on our region, so we're gonna finish this up tonight. Diddy Lobsters, goodness me. Hello DSC, thank you for the stream sweep. For those of you on YouTube who don't know, on Twitch they do a thing called a stream sweep. You're just about to go to bed. Well, thanks for hanging out. It's definitely one of the more cozy streams. I think I'm gonna yap before we start. Not because I don't want to start off, but because I have some food in front of me. I agree. I hope YouTube will be massive one day. If not, you know, chat, every little bit at a time. There was popular demand for Sansily on YouTube. So who am I to not listen, chat? We give the people what they want. Of course, to a degree. As y'all know, I keep very good boundary. Oh, meaty. Welcome on in. So I was explaining to like one of my friends the concept of gay Halloween. I know it wouldn't open it, right? Wouldn't open it on a Yap topic. It's just kind of relevant. So if y'all don't know what gay Halloween is, gay Halloween is kind of like it's more of a trend now, but it's basically a term you can use to describe kind of like a hyper-specific costume with references to pop culture. So example, like, if you're trying to be Rick from Rick and Morty, that's not gay Halloween. But an example of gay Halloween would be like, oh, I'm dressed up as the Wrecking Ball from Miley Cyrus's song. Now, why would you do that? I could not tell you. However, it is definitely something that happened. Hello, Sage of Nothing. Hi. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Chat. All of the subs are going towards card games in Wizard 101 now. Whenever we get to the paid monetized part of Wizard 101. Which, by the way, I had a blast with chat. I hope we can do Wizard 101 pretty often. How do I have this playing in the background? Since I don't like having stuff not moving on the screen as we're yapping and eating. So I was explaining the concept. The concept isn't that like difficult, but I was making a joke in reference to that costume. So like a hyper-specific Yu-Gi-Oh reference could be like, let me think. Like, what do you mean you are the I'm trying to think of like something that is like uniquely Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not like, oh, you're part of Greed. Like an iconic Yu-Gi-Oh moment. Okay, maybe Yu-Gi-Oh's not a great example. The example I had brought up on the interwebs was we had looked up. I looked it up on Reddit for an example. So I suppose we can just copy and paste the example. And so when it's usually like a TikTok video, I think, but you can also do it in text form like this. So this one's like, I hate gay Halloween. What do you mean you're chaperoning in a passenger seat? And so it doesn't always have to be like a group or couple thing, but sometimes you can get a little bit more elaborate with it with that in mind. And so you're supposed to like the meme format is supposed to be like, I hate gay Halloween, what do you mean insert here, hyper specific scenario. So trying to explain that to a friend. I think it's very straightforward once you know what the concept is, you know? I think it's particularly straightforward. Alright. Let me get that playing again. Now we explained that now that we've explained the concept of gay Halloween, I have some chicken here that I'm eating. We're going to eat the chicken. It's actually kind of a bit of chicken. But you know, chat, we're always out here yapping regardless. So maybe I should have prepared the hand cam to go on the chicken, but it's fine. Y'all don't need to see the chicken. It's not particularly noteworthy chicken, if that makes you feel any better. So I think I had gotten a decent amount of work in to the first flame. So that's how it would look crayon-wise. If y'all don't recognize this, this is my Kuru Kuru emote, what's the word? My Kuru Kuru emote, commission. There is a scab version where you can get it crayon style where I use very minimal, if not 1 to 2, maybe 3 colors at most. So they said surprise them with the crayon colors. I was thinking of maybe going orange for the line work, but I thought this would make it feel a little bit more like homely to the character. By making the brown kind of tie in the like lack of the light brown. By using like a middle brown line. Oh, you are Dragon Overlord. Thank you. How are you? I think I'm having a pretty solid day overall with Yapping. I'm about to continue this war after I conquer this chicken. Hello, Fly Sprite. How are you? Good morning. I'm going to decide if I want the, what's the word? If I want the, swoosh lines or not. I think this is this one. This must be the swoosh lines. It might be cute without it, all things considered. Your machine at work is broken. Like your computer, or are you like a machinist or something? Are they finding a technician to come out and fix it, or are y'all waiting on a part or something? for like 5 minutes. Do some work, go back eating. Good. Yes, we line they're trying to fix it. I hope they fix it soon. Or not if they're compensating you otherwise, I suppose. But yeah, so we finished 1 flame, so we only have 3 more flames to do on this one. And then I'm doing some more mock-up previews for another thing for flame tonight. Which actually I might be able to do while eating. Because I think I can actually do the mock-ups with one hand. So let's save this file, and I'm gonna open up a program in the background, and we pray that it does not crash screen. Surely. 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 Ooh, let's see. What else was discussed? So today I saw a video of this girl who I think is supposed to be part of some kind of... I don't know if it's like a dating game or a social experiment game or what. But she was talking about how she would want her partner to be... what's the word? She would want her partner to be invested in One Piece. Which I think is like a fair expectation in some regards. Like, I think the line she specifically said was something along the lines of like, if you can't commit to a show, like, the guy who was talking to her is like, you can't expect me to watch One Piece. It has over like 500 episodes or something, like 1,000 episodes. And he's like, that's a long time. That's a long commitment. And she was like, well, like, marriage is for life. Which, like, yes, I understand that the modern concept of marriage is like divorce and such, of course. I think there is some truth to speaking to wanting someone who is interested in your hobbies and your interests. I don't think you should fault anyone for not wanting to commit to a piece of media they're not interested in. However, it was very clear for her because she showed off that she had multiple One Piece tattoos. Like, it was very important for her that whoever she ended up with really liked One Piece, you know? I know y'all can't see what I'm working on in the background, but it's some more of that stuff. If you remember, we were working on a thing to show Quad D. So that's what we're working on in the background right now. We have a thing that we're gonna show Quad D. Hello, Zeebs! How have you been? Yeah, we gotta finish up 3 more frames, which I think we should be able to do within an hour. After we're done eating and adjusting this markup. So I'm just gonna do is... I'm going to paste this in here. I know y'all can't see what I'm doing. Just trust the process. Trust the process. I say trust the process, but y'all can even see what's going on. It's fine, it's fine. I can take a screenshot and show y'all afterwards. so y'all can see what I'm talking about once I'm done with this. Edit, like, object transform. Okay. But yeah, how have y'all been? Hello, X. Hello, Tommy. You just saw a Monarch list win regionals? That's crazy. Yeah, how has your days been? Have your days been good, chat? Have y'all been having good days so far? How has the week been so far for y'all? Okay, so I will screenshot what I was sending to Card D so y'all can see what I've been working on in the background. So there's a version of this without the colored icons. But he wanted to see what it would look like with his logo colored in. Also do one where the white edge is removed if you want. Alright, now I need to open the other file because there's actually two different file types that I did for them. Close this. Open recent. View, rotate view. 90? Yeah. Cool. So I'm gonna send these over to Quad D so we can check them out. And then might as well just save these. Just so I have. I know y'all can't see them. But pretty much exactly like the screenshot y'all are looking at. So I have a couple different grid options too. So if y'all look here, the map changes from like one that is a little bit more like forward-facing meridian lines. So like the original style we had shown, which is more like from a side perspective view, like an angle. So it just depends on which one they prefer, since they're the one commissioning us for the work. So I did a tag out to let them see what it looked like. Pause. We have a request. We're going to make the Quad D logo. Here, let's open the Quad D logo. Let me find the Quad D logo. Where did we download the Quad D logo? So, on this canvas here, do you see how there's a little border around Quad D's logo, the little white border? Quad D's asking how easily we can get rid of that border. Well, actually not get rid of it. How easily can we make that border like a 50% opacity? And the answer is very easily. I can do it right now. Literally right now. So when put onto the background here, it will look like this. Oh, Floopies, thank you for the snack redeem. Well, let me export this as logo tool. So I can keep my file separate. And then we'll replace the file. You having bunko? Ooh! Congrats! Okay, so if y'all don't know what that is, it is a Vietnamese food. It is made from the same batter as bun xào, which is like kind of like Vietnamese savory crepes. So let me go ahead and look up some images. It's kind of like a mini version of bun xào. They look like this, and they're normally steamed. Clipboard. Here we go. Oh, that's super easy. Yeah, it's like a little mini savory pancake. There's like a shrimp in there, a little bit of meat. It has scallions. I suppose it's somewhat akin to the Chinese have scallion pancakes. It's something that they got. Let me open up these files. Whenever they roll. So we can make this edit for part B. View, let's see, rotate view. $90. View, where is my rotate view? There we go. Let me. Y'all can't see what I'm working on again because this is in a different program. Look at us talking to clientele. Look at me, chat. We're doing work. Yeah, so it's what does that mean? What's my recommendation? Alright. Opinions, chat, opinions. Does this look snazzy with the logo not fully, not fully in color? I suppose, yeah. We'll enlarge this so y'all can kind of compare. Like, does this look snazzy with the logo being semi-transparent? Is that snazzy? Opinions, thought. It's okay if y'all don't have thoughts. I have to kind of look at it to see which one I prefer. So normally, I don't know how scallion pancakes tend to be made in China. But in Vietnam, bun xiao is made from tapioca flour. Because it's not really wheat. There's not a lot of wheat that was like growing in that geographical area. And I'm supposed to show y'all the gold ones. Just so y'all can have like the proper, what's the word? Like the proper comparison. And then there's the gold version where it's like all gold. So the three options are gold, semi-transparent, and full. I think the semi-transparent looks the most subtle. It does make the compass really stand out though, so I worry about the balance. The gold, I have to adjust it. What is this for? These are little mini game tokens. They're gonna be like a couple inches big and they're gonna pop out of cardboard. So these are to represent game actions that have taken place in One Piece TCG. Like if a character has like plus 1,000 attack or plus 4,000 attack. Or like if they've been knocked out or they've used their ability or something. So these were commissioned, we're working on the art for this, commissioned by our good friend Quad B. And so I'm trying to figure out what style looks the best. I might mess around with the transparency. Because the thing is, now it's like transparent. It's very subtle. So there's still the official Quad D branding. I might make it so you can't see the lines behind it. That might be one thing I do. Just because I think the lines kind of break up the... Well, just to see how it would look. But the compass stands out a lot. Because the compass is full of color. So I'm not sure if there's like a good way to balance that. We'll have to mold it over. So we did say this was a productivity school. So I think we are well within the realm of productivity while going over this as well. Let's see, what else is going on? Oh, I got some pictures back from Team Alestros. I had asked them for some of the photos that they took at the recent Kissimmee Open. Which I do when I have the free time, probably when we're done with these commissions. I want to record a deck profile and post it on the Sans Elite channel, instead of posting it on Penthouse. If y'all don't know, a lot of my Alestials content goes on the Penthouse. I figured top 16 at both IRL opens so far is kind of an achievement. So I guess we'll record, edit one, and post it on the channel as a memorial of our, achievement. And this is a true top with the top 16, because at both of these events, top cut to top 16. So it is an actual top and not just amongst the top 16 players. So I think I'm leaning away from the gold. The gold could be kind of clean. But I think I'm leaning probably towards one of these two to make it a little bit more on brand. I just worry about the compass kind of drawing focus away. I might need to like unhorsing the compass. Also, with the compass that small, I don't know if I want as many yeah, let me pull up an image of the compass. I had done some like slightly more detailed line art. It's cool. So I had done some more detailed line art for the compass. This was done in Illustrator, so I didn't have to individually draw each line. I think this is a cute compass in concept. I don't think it's a bad design. It's just with the thought in mind that this is going to be much smaller. Maybe a little bit less lines here in the middle, you know, like... Not as many. Maybe not as many. Maybe. Unfortunately, I don't have the file for the compass that's direct on a Quadis thing. On Quadis logo. I think that would be like a very easy, like, drag and drop in. Unfortunately, right now, the editing I'm doing for this is in Illustrator, so y'all can't exactly see, but... I can show y'all the updates by going a roundabout way of doing this. Let me see if I can lower the opacity of the compass. I can lower the opacity of the compass to 70. And that does make it look a little bit more subtle. So let me zoom out. I'll have to see how I feel about it, obviously, but this is what it looks like with 70% on the compass. So the compass is a little bit more muted. So it looks more in frame. It doesn't draw away from the text, but you can still tell that there's a compass there. There might be a good compromise. We'll get Claudia's opinion on that. I'll continue eating our food. Then let me go ahead and do a version. Let me do a version where that's built in. So let me copy all three of these. Let me get a new layer in. Let me put it to 100%. Let me lock the layer on top of it. Then let me individually... You're probably wondering, Sam, what are you doing? Just trust the process. Trust the process. I know, you're probably thinking, San, this looks scary and concerning. Just trust the process. Trust the process. Wrong blue. Trust the process. Trust the process. You know, it might be easier and faster to just... No. We'll go part of the course. We'll go part of the course. Let's expand. Dark blue. And then the last one, this will be... I know y'all can't see what we're doing because it's in a different program, but just trust the process. It will look like a thing. It will look like a thing when we're done. So right now in Illustrator, I'm taking the Quad D logo and I'm using a thing they have called the it's called image trace. And it creates a vector based off of an image. So, if you see in this image how there's the lines right here behind the Quad D logo. Hello SK Gaming, how are you? This updated version that we're gonna drop in here. This updated version, I made it so that the lines don't show up behind the logo anymore. And again, we lowered the opacity to, like, for the compass. To make it so that you focus on the actual wood. Again, a lot of this is taking place in a, what's the word? A lot of this is taking place in an art program that y'all can't see right now. So the amount of effort it would take to, like, pop Illustrator on stream, I didn't think I'd be working in Illustrator this long. It's fine, it's fine. Y'all can just watch the progress as it slowly updates once I drop it in the Clip Studio Paint. Because I'm gonna be honest, the process in Illustrator isn't that exciting. Okay, so what we do now, I take this layer, I copy these. We hop over to this file. I hide these. I make a new layer. I paste these in. I zoom back in. I take the screenshot. Now you're probably wondering, Sam, why are you taking out the screenshot? It's because we have a version with a different map background. I'm particularly a fan of the more angled map because I think it makes it look more visually interesting. But who knows? They could be a fan of this more like standard looking map. So yeah, I like to provide options. I like to provide options to those who commission me. You know, I like making stuff. I like making things. And I want to make sure someone's obviously paying me for it. We get them something they like. Yeah. So I would type them. Apologies. So I'm gonna read through the instructions later tonight. What I mean by instructions, you see this red line here? This red line here actually isn't part of the actual design. You're probably wondering, like, San, why would that be? Well, you see. The reason why it's not part of the design is this is a die line. You're probably now wondering, Sam, what is a die line? Or like, well, it's like the die cut. So basically, when these pop out, this is what it's going to look like. Based on the color. So I have the... If you notice, the gold overlaps where the red is. And the reason why that happens is because I gave it a thing called a bleed. You all have probably heard of it if you've done any kind of printing before. Also, I hope you're having a good night, SK Gaming. I've probably heard of it if you've ever done any kind of, like, printing. But it's just, like, an extended area to make sure that everything you want to make, you have printed, is printed correctly. And that you don't have any white space if it's not intended. So we make sure the cut line is within the bleed. So that when we do the cut, when this pops out, this is what the pieces are intending to look like. So again, we're going to have to read up on how to properly prepare the file for the cut line. I've never done a file setup for this kind of stuff before. But I think this will be good experience. Because if we can learn how to do this, maybe we can make our own chat. Maybe we can make our own little game pieces, or like technically anything that we want that would punch out of a little what's the word? Anything that would punch out of like a little cardboard plate. This is an important question. So, in One Piece chat, let me just bring this one to the front. So in One Piece chat, you have the K, which is normally like, instead of a K, it's normally written out as a whole number. So you normally see it written out like 1000. Or you would have it written out as like... But we have it here shortened to 1K, and then we could do like 1C. So in One Piece, there's two different... Actually, I can show this off. Let me grab a One Piece card. So, in One Piece TCG, the card has a couple major important points. The points we are going to focus on currently are relevant to these counters. These are going to be game tokens. So first off, the 1K is in reference to the attack. And then there's a reference to the cost. So the question is, like, do you think there should be a differentiation between like minus 1K for like 1000 versus like minus 1C for cost? And I think this is a valid question. If we could somehow make the, like, I don't know if we maybe need to adjust the design or something, but I'm the famous G lobster? Oh my gosh, they're calling me G again instead of Go. Let's go, chat. They're calling me G instead of Go. Let's go. Let's go. I don't have the follow its command because I'm really bad with technology. Hi, welcome on in, Shattered Dream. Hello, welcome from the Look Twin. Welcome to the surface. Hi, hi. Apologies in advance, my viet's very bad. So the question is if you should have cost and attack be different tokens or not. I think if these were like generic game pieces, but since this is specific, sorry I'm typing, specific to One Piece TCG, I think it is important to make it distinguish cost versus attack. If you wanted to try to make the K stand out more, I can think of a style for 1000 instead of K. But yeah, so I'm gonna ask D on their opinion, commissioner on their opinion on. I'm thinking, chat, what my thought process here is if you're trying to differentiate here between like what's it called? If you're trying to differentiate basically between like the cost and the like thing, or I forgot they're different shapes. Okay, pause. Let me zoom out and take a proper screenshot so I can show y'all what we're talking about. So on this little chart here, the cost and the attack are two different shapes. So I think it's fine that they're like... I think it's completely fine and it's better to, like, it's fine to keep the text. If anything, I think it might be better to keep the text. Just because, like, they're already differentiated by shape, so you might as well just all in on, like, the bit at that point. Like, all in on the concept, if that makes sense. Like, because they're, like, different, you're just all in on the concept of them being different. But if you want to take off the letters, so like let's say let me so I know you're probably like, Sam, what are you doing? I'm doing some stuff in the background and y'all will see the updated in just a second. Let me take a screenshot of this so we can see the difference. Let me make this a little bit bigger so the screenshot is bigger. So this is just proof of concept so y'all can see the difference between the letter versus no letter. I do agree, it does look pretty clean without the letter. I think without the letter is a pretty good call. It does look a lot cleaner. Like, I think you could get away, yeah. I think we could honestly get away without using the letter. It looks a lot cleaner. Yeah, and then because they're two different shapes, it doesn't matter. Because it can just be like, well, I want the circle one to be cross. Or I want the square one to be cross. No, these are very simple edits at the last before. I'm just letting you know they don't need what we thought. No, this is very productive, chat. I'm having actually a really good time with this. This also feels kind of nice for me. Cause like I talk about on occasion. Chat. Quad B is like one of the first friends I had made in the One Piece space. That wasn't already my Nakama. And I actually, I don't really keep up with too many One Piece content creators. Because we do a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. But like, I feel like our friendship is very genuine. And I appreciate them very much. They're also very inspiring. They make a lot of content. They make a lot of video. Very funny individual. Lovely company. Yeah, this is really coming together. I'm gonna copy this. We're going to save. Again, y'all can't see this because it's a different project, but it's fine. I'm gonna go here. So basically what I'm doing, and I'll show y'all what I'll be doing by taking a screenshot. So basically what we're doing at this point, chat, is we have our canvas in Illustrator. And I'm going to like actually be cleaning up the file. This is just for like preview. But when we're done, there's not going to be obviously like these lines here. But now that we pretty much locked in all the changes, there's only one other change we might want to consider. Is that technically these coins are double-sided. So the circle one fits the compass. So my question would be then, for quad B is you hear the compass over here on the circle, right? Is if we want the compass to be the plus or the minus. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to copy. I'm going to paste these two into the same layer. Now I should have a centered one. I don't know if maybe I want to make it bigger actually. Yeah. I know again y'all can't see what we're doing, but actually it might be easier to just do this. Can I turn this into a group? Maybe it's already a group and I just can't tell. Again, I know y'all can't see what we're doing, but I'm basically setting up the lettering right now for the little pieces. So there's only like 1.5 more things we need to confirm with Quad B. After which we'll be able to go back to the commission that we need to work on, which hopefully we can do in an hour. So I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna change it to a different color. Reason being is we'll be able to use this to make sure we're centering. What's it called? To make sure we're centering. I want to make sure this is properly like overlaid and centered. Oh. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take this. Well, actually we have one more thing to do. Let me get the green circle back. Let me copy this. Let me move this over. Let me turn this into a minus and I'll give you all a screenshot update. I know y'all really can't see what's going on, but trust the process, trust the process. So what we're doing now is we have this. that you currently see on the screen. And I am now adjusting the... I'm now adjusting the size of the font. That's what we're doing. Again, this is all taking place in other program, but it's fine. How can I turn this into a group? Why is it not letting me group? There we go. Okay. Now that it's grouped. Maybe I should put a little bit more space. Just a tad more space. Well, you'll probably want to understand what we're doing now. I am adjusting the space in the other document. The space between these two. I am adjusting the space between the 1 and the minus symbol. To make sure it looks visually appealing. Alright. So now that I have those centered, let me triple check that this is all centered. And I'm going to copy and paste these. So what my plan here is that y'all can't see me doing right now. Is that I am making a second copy of this bottom two here. So I can show Quad B the difference between a couple minor changes. Hello Krishanti, how are you? Welcome right here. And now that I've made that adjustment, I am making an edit. And I will update y'all on how this looks. So, I made an edit so that Quad D can see what it looks like if it is the option with the compass on the grid. The gold compass on the grid. And I might actually just do an option without the grid on the compass side, because it might be visually distracting. Hello, Pumi! Welcome on in. Hi, welcome ladies. Sorry, I'm, as the kids say, blocked in. Hi, welcome on in. How is your stream going? Let me save my program files before we end up in a very dark night. Welcome, ladies. Name's Santon, Celia. Sansily, for sure. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Acid or the 1TCCG. Sometimes I do one. Lately, I've been getting into a card game called Alestos, and would you believe, sometimes is today. So, what I'm working on is in a separate art program. I am making these tokens for one of my friends, who is a One Piece card game content creator. His name's Quad D, and he's gonna be making these tokens that people can use to play the game. So I'm marking up some examples of some of the pieces so that we can hash out what it looks like in the end, and then get these ready to send the print. So we went through a couple different iterations. And we were just going through some of the iterations today on stream. That's actually what we ended up doing. So with the red line that you see around these pieces is the cut line, because these pop out of like a little cardboard sheet. So this is what these look like with the cut lines in mind. So there's this version you'll keep seeing. There was a version where the logo was a lot more, if y'all look, the logo wasn't transparent, but it was just the regular logo. There was also a version where it was gold. And we landed on what y'all see here for these pieces. And then we have these little number pieces over here that used to have letters next to them like you see on these circles over here. Now I'm marking up some different styles because the square pieces have a certain look, and then the circle pieces have a compass on the back. The question then is, which side has the compass? And then what style of compass, if any, do we want to provide? So I'm marking that up. I'm hoping to finish this soon so that we can work on this piece of art, which I think I mentioned to you, Pumi, that I was working on getting a V. So I have the basic VGen set up. Now I'm working towards getting verified. So we've gotten a decent amount of progress, and we're at the last step. I've already mapped out the animation frames. So we have to finish 3 different frames. And if I hide this bottom layer, this is what the intended look of it will look like. This is the crayon style Kuru that I do. It has anywhere from 2 to 3 colors at most. Very simple. It's made with a base. And I'm also trying to decide if I wanted to have a... Do you see these black spinning lines? I'm trying to decide if I wanted to have the spin line. Some of them have the spin line, some of them don't. It's just a matter of like if I feel like giving it the spin line or not. Some look better with or without. The crayon ones tend to look better without the spin line, so I'm probably going to forego the spin line. But let's save to make sure this thing doesn't crash on us. We were talking, this is called, so it's called Bunkwork. So, I'll spell it for you all. In case y'all want to, like, look it up. Not with accent marks, though. Yeah. I don't know how to do it with the accent marks. But actually, I think I know the accent mark for bun. I believe bun. So bun should be so Vietnamese is a tonal language. Actually, this is a learning experience. Yeah, Vietnamese is a tonal language. So with the letter A in Vietnamese, the A can have a bunch of different symbols with it, and this determines how you pronounce the A. You're probably like, well, what do you mean, like, apple versus, like, about? No, so the letter A can be plain like this one on top. It can have a hat. It can have a up symbol, a down symbol. It can have a U underneath. It can have a question mark on top. It can have a squiggly line. Actually, I don't know if the A can have the squiggly line. That might only be the O. I might be okay, I'm a liar on the squiggly line. Let's get rid of the squiggly line because I'm not sure on the squiggly line. I might be a liar on the squiggly line. I'm not very good at it. I should have used the letter O. I should have used the letter O. Oh, definitely not it. Definitely not it, Doc. Yeah. Okay, and then there's a period mark. Snack, thank you. So Vietnamese is a tonal language. Depending on how I pronounce a word, it will completely change the meaning of the word. How you pronounce the word is determined by the vowel. So the reason why I know bun has a... It's called a yosa. The upward line. When I say bun, you notice how like my voice goes up like bun? So when you see the up line, you have it go up. So like, you know how when you ask a question, you're like, oh, I'm not really sure about that, and your voice raises? You do the same thing with this question mark over here. So this would be like, there's the letter A. So, bun, bun. So up on the A. This question mark would be like bun. Like you asked it like a question mark. Yo, win, which is this one going down, be like, you'd say it down. I'm trying to think of a word that uses the down. But, so like bun, which is bun. And then the woof has its own pronunciation. Okay, I'm going to make it very apparent. There's a non-zero chance that the hat, the U, and the question mark are only for the letters O and U. But it's been a hot minute. Hello, Julio. Okay, I'm not supposed to say hello. Anyways, I am supposed to say hello. Thank you for the look, Julio. Anyways. Sorry. So there's a non-zero chance, because I picked the letter A, and it's cha. I'm not very good at Vietnamese. We picked the letter A. And the letter A is the letter I'm the least confident on with a lot of these symbols. And there's like a third hidden... There's like a sixth hidden symbol that only appears if you're the letter U or the letter O. Which is like a little like hook on it. Don't even ask. Don't even ask. Anyway, so back to this period mark. When you see the period mark, you go down. So like, you make the voice sound like it sinks down like. I'm trying to think of a word that... Is it bun? Or, okay, actually, I think the yo, the accent mark on the bun quark is the period mark. So bun quark. So bun, it goes up with this up. And then quark. Like, you notice how my voice goes down? So Vietnamese is a tonal language, and if I pronounce either the A or the O incorrectly, it's a completely different word. Most of the time. Sometimes there is no word. So you can get away with some words that don't have similar words. And people will know what you're talking about. But sometimes you can't get away with that, and it makes communication really well. So I suppose impromptu, really poorly explained lesson on the uses of like tone and tonal language speaking in Vietnamese. Now Chinese is also a tonal language, which is why Vietnamese is a tonal language. But Chinese uses characters. The reason why Vietnamese uses this Romanization, this Germanic lettering here, is because the Vietnamese are colonized by the French. Yes, I drew a baguette. So, because the Vietnamese were colonized by the French, it made it so that they had to convert their language to have letters so that the French could better understand it, because they're like, we're not gonna deal with the symbols. Oh yeah, you can follow us on YouTube. Yeah, it's true. We do stream on YouTube now. Hello Shane, how are you? You like the background music? Thank you. I can shout out my background music. So yeah, you know, fun thing. If y'all didn't know. Fun little thing if y'all didn't know. Our background music is actually commissioned specifically for Santon. At the time, Retsu. Yeah, let me grab the link. Our background music is Submarine by Udochi, which you can actually listen to. I believe they have a Spotify if I can find the link. I believe they have a Spotify. Yeah, they have a Spotify. I'm gonna drop this in YouTube chat. And I'm also going to drop this into Twitch chat. So if y'all want to, for whatever reason, and because you haven't heard it on loop enough times, hanging out in the art suite, I want to listen to the Santon background music official. Y'all can check out YouTube. So again, apologies for my terrible language lesson, because I'm no good at Vietnamese, but this is basically the concept. So when you see all these little accent marks on Vietnamese letters. Hello, Nivian Kito. I was explaining to chat, I was explaining to chat that Sloopy's was eating Bangkok. And I was trying to write it out. I know how to write it out without the yo. And then I know the yo for bun. Because bun is easy. That's yo suck. But I had to like think and remember if Bangkok has, you know, a yo or not. And then I ended up explaining the yo. But the thing is, letter A, I can't remember how many yo the letter A have. So I had to sit there and I think, I'm not sure if, I don't know if the letter A has Yohoi or not. I know that it, there's like 3 different A's. But, I don't know if the letter A has Yohoi or not. I know you can combine so the U and the hat, you cannot combine it. Yeah, this is another Vietnamese language lesson. You have words where certain accent marks cannot be combined. So example, yo suck. You can't make a word go up and down at the same time. A word cannot share the up and the down accent mark. That doesn't make any sense. Because how would you begin to pronounce that? But if you look at some of the other additional accent marks here, like the hat, for example, you can have like a letter O with the hat. And you can either have it going up, you can have it going down, and this would make it like its own separate sound, is you would have the hat on the O denotes it as a slightly different noise. And then the yo suck, as we explained, makes you raise your voice. So you would take that same O sound and you would raise it higher. So some of the accents are like mutually exclusive. So if it has the hat, you cannot have it have... I could be wrong on this one in particular, but I'm pretty sure you cannot have a hat and a U at the same time. I'm pretty sure you can't have a hat and a U. Like, one of these two is mutually exclusive, I'm pretty sure. Unless there's some advanced Vietnamese they didn't teach me. I know that I've seen a U and a question mark on top of something before, I think. I could be wrong. But some of the symbols are mutually exclusive, and I never properly learned which ones are which. Wait, is that one that has multiple paws? Pushes! When people write this, I can't, like... Yeah, okay. Understood. Yeah, some of these are mutually exclusive. I can't remember which ones, but some are mutually exclusive. So... yeah, it's a whole thing. It's really hard to keep track of, chat. It's really hard for me to keep track of. This is an insane tangent. Poor Card D hasn't received an update in, like, almost 30 minutes. We went on a tangent about Vietnamese linguistics. It's fine. We're yapping. Speaking of which, chat, we have a box coming soon for Yu-Gi-Oh! Sponsored by Zephyr Arcade. And I've recently learned that Zephyr Arcade is actually a Viet-run business. The owner of Zephyr Arcade is at least part Viet. So we stand Zephyr Arcade, chat. Shout out to Zephyr Arcade. But not only giving us a box, but you know. There's a sense of, like, culturalism and naturalism, you know. Thank you for explaining. Oh, no, thank you, Nivian. Thank you for helping out. Yamang. Well, it's really easy to distract me with food, I'm not gonna lie. But thank you, food. So like I was saying, I'm making these adjustments. Well, for those of y'all who just got here, I'm working on some art that I've been commissioned from a friend. For some game pieces that are going to be popped out. Before I finish finalizing stuff, I want some, like, final opinions on some of the game pieces. So I'm working on this in another program. Because I don't want to stream 2 different programs at the same time. Because the secondary art program that I'm using sometimes takes up a decent amount of computing process. And I don't want to kill the PC while we're streaming. So once I make enough changes and edits, I take a screenshot to update you all on what we're doing. No problem for the background music. Shane, my day is going spectacular. I'm sorry we went on like a 10-minute tangent on the Vietnamese language. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not apologizing. We went on a 10-minute tangent on the Vietnamese language. Probably longer than 10 minutes. I think although I'm not a very mortal Vietnamese, in terms of representing my culture, I still think it's very important to talk about. I'm not gonna make it my, like, entire identity or something, but yeah, you know, it's not something that I'm ashamed of. It's something I'm glad to speak about. Alright, back on track. What were we doing right? We're updating the things for Cordy. That's what we're doing. When you see. Expect me to get distracted very often. This is going to be a trend. It will continue to be a trend. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a couple different copies of the coins so that I can show Quad B the different styles and the different options we can present. So that we can see the final details on what we want for the commission, and then finish formatting the Ye Old Art book. So I'm doing a version of this without the background lines on the side of the So basically the first major change that we're making is that if you look here in the second row, let me grab a pen. If you look here in the second row, come on, this row right here, I'm making it so that the background doesn't have any lines. This one has lines, but the compass is so big that it might look a little distracting. So I'm going to remove the lines just to see how it looks. Which I think in its own regard it looks pretty clean, all things considered. Looks epic. Hello, Sana. Welcome on in. Thank you. So I'm making that edit right now in Illustrator. And I'm going to make another edit. Which is, I'm going to swap the positions of the plus and minus. So that you can get an idea of how it looks like. I know that sounds like very minor. But some people need to like visualize things. I'm not saying that Quad D doesn't have an imagination. I'm saying that this is something I would do for any client. If that makes sense. Like, I want to make sure that if this is going to be, you know, being sent for approval, that they have an accurate representation of, that they get an accurate representation of what I'm trying to provide. And what's going to be given out. And then we take these and turn these red. So we're going to make that edit. And we're going to swap these into their place. And hopefully they will like the progress. Let's see. What else? What other yapping is going on? So let's see. We had the set championships for Aristos at my LGS. I took a deck that I didn't know how well it would do. We didn't really have a lot of time to quote. Y'all know I have the playmat quiz. The playmat quiz is if there's any minor event that involves a playmat. I am always doomed to not win the event. Which is exactly what happened. But it's alright, because we always have a good time playing quad games. So, you know, I'm not too upset about that. Congrats, everyone who won. Let me copy this. We're going to make these red. Over. I will send y'all an update screenshot in just a moment. We are nearly done with the edits I want to make. I have a second of some precision moving. Damn. So here was the updated screenshot. We're gonna toss up in just a sec. And so the update that we did. If it would let me send it on screen, goodness me. So the update we did is y'all can now see that we swapped the position of the plus and minus. And there's also technically the like background thing. So we're gonna see how they feel about those changes. So we'll see which one speaks to him. I'm gonna save the other file. And we might actually be able to finally start on the... Actually, let's save this as V3. In case we need to go back to a previous iteration. So I'm gonna save that. I think we can finally close out Illustrator. And I think we can finally get started on the other commission. Let's go. We'll like keep this here in case people ask what we were up to. I'm going to eat a little bit more of my food. And then we can finally get started on this one. So, whether we can finally start finishing up this one. I'm hoping to deliver this one today or tomorrow. Hopefully tonight. Again, this is a little emote we do. So all we're doing for this one is finishing up the line art. And then this is crayon style. What the non-crayon style is on my vegan. Let me hop over. So on my vegan, I have a commission style for this style of emote, and I draw it in 4 different ways. There's the crayon style you see here on the left. It's like, this is a better screen. Well, here, there's a crayon style you see here on the left. There's a colored line art style you see here on the second from the left. The middle right is the lineless style. And then the full detail is the one you see here on the right. Which, like, obviously has more details than some of the other ones. So we're doing a crayon style for this individual. The crayon style only has like usually 3 or 4 colors. If there's any like particular details I think I need to stand out more than others, we'll definitely make them different colors. So this one's crayon style, like the little chantilly here on the left side. Which I think we accomplished pretty well. I think this is pretty similar in style. So let us just do this across all of them. Oh wait, boys. We have an update from Quad B. Alright. I think that's the last major update from Quad B on these. So we can all in on this one now. So I might actually we might actually go use the little lobster room. So I will have this cool Karu playing on, and we will be RB. Alright, we're back. It's time to finally get started on this one. It's been 2 hours. It's been 2 hours. 2 whole hours, and we have not even started on this piece. Which, again, in my defense, we made a lot of good progress on a different commission. And I still have 40. Okay, so we have a drawing tablet, all the other stuff together. And let's get working on this. We'll probably go for like another hour or so. Maybe. I think we'll go at max another hour. The earliest we will end is if we finish this one rather quickly. Let me hop on over to these layers. And let me go ahead and make sure we grab the color here. So we have the right colors. And we're gonna go and hop on over to frame number 2. So the color I use for laying out this sketch isn't always the same color. One thing I do want to make sure is that we're using the same brush and that we're using the same like width. We're going to need to adjust this a little bit. And I think this is the proper choice. It's looking close enough, so we'll roll it up. This little thing you see here is called an onion skin. And what the onion skin does is it's kind of like an onion skin. You know how like onions, when you peel off the skin, looks a little bit transparent? That's where the name comes from. And it allows you to see past and future frames. So that if you're animating, you can kind of have an idea of how the in-between between two different frames would look. But also so you can go back and reference the previous frame without having to like go back to the previous frame. We're gonna be drawing out the hat and all the other little details you see on the behind here. I didn't get a reference image from the back side, so this is a little bit, what's the word? It's a little bit improvised, but I do have it in my terms of service that if you don't provide a backside, you should expect it to be improvised. So a lot of this part is just throwing out all this stuff. They have a little... Let me pull up the bigger image for the reference image so y'all can see what we're working we're working with. I do have permission from the client to be doing this one stream. So this is the reference image. I can't see what the backside is. So I'm going to assume that whatever this little ribbon is attached to the top of the beret. That's my assumption. My assumption could be incorrect, but since I haven't been provided any other reference, we are just working off of, you know, we're just working off what we're provided with. And I suppose if it's not accurate to what they were hoping for, that is why I tell people to provide their reference. I'm not entirely sure how this hair would look from the back, so we're gonna just do our best. Hopefully our best is enough. But, you know, I'm not the best at line art, but, you know, practice goes a long way. Practice goes a long way. And that's what the whole point of trying to take these commissions is, I want to practice more art. I also want to make sure... I want to practice more art, and doing the commissions not only helps out towards saving up the stuff for stream, but it also kind of like, what's the word? Also kind of like forces me, like it holds me accountable, yeah. That's what I'm attempting to articulate. I believe that it holds me accountable to ensure that I'm still working on art in a reasonable and timely manner. I want to continue doing it. I want to make sure we have all this art practice. And I keep up on it. I want to become a better artist. I like the cool art. It's really cute. So I made my own cool emote. I thought it was very cute, and like I'll do this a lot, chat, where like I'll see an animation and I'll want to try animating it. I don't know if that makes sense at all, chat. But what I mean by that, I suppose I hope this is like a straightforward explanation. What I mean by that is that like I see an animation and in my head it seems like it might be an easy thing to draw. So my brain goes, hey, you know what, San, we should try doing this. You miss playing Star Rail? Did you know that we got banned from Honkai Star Rail for like a week? That's some deep Santa lore. I'm not going to explain any further on that. I'm just going to drop that lore, and we will not talk about it any further. I should always listen to that impulse. Would you actually? I think y'all would be surprised that like I have really good impulse control. Yeah, I know. We're not going to talk about it any further. Amazing, right? There's all these little mushroom splotches. You were there, Pumi! You were around during that time. I also did not explain any further during that time. It is a lovely mystery. Just know that we could place Honkai Star Rail now if we wanted to. No, I'm not going to explain. That's the beauty of me just dropping the deep lore, not explaining any further. I'm also very immune to peer pressure, chat. If I ever like quote unquote give in to something, it's because I choose to humor people. I wasn't always like that, but you know, over the years, yeah. You slowly become more aware of the kind of person you want to be. Twitch is going into the ad break soon. Thank you to y'all supporting us on YouTube. So the front of the pants has like this line. Do I think that line continues on the back? Probably not. Do I think these beads continue on the back? I would vote probably yes. I said yapping. I never promised what kind of yapping. I just said yapping. One of life's greatest mysteries. It continues to be. Oh, but a mystery. You just built the suspense. That means one day, if I ever actually reveal what it is, y'all gotta be there. Y'all just had to be there. I will answer one question that people always ask me about it though. It has nothing to do with mods. I don't know how to download modifications. A lot of people assume it's because of mods. I don't know how to do that. Okay, let's collapse this and see how this looks. Am I feeling this? Am I feeling these vibes? Does this character look the same from the front as they do the back? Let's have the animation play through and see how it looks. I think it's looking pretty solid. Hello, Jay. It's bedtime. Hello, Jay. Well, not just yet. I have art to do. We're almost done. We're almost done. I swear we're almost done. We had sent Quad D an update like 20 minutes ago. We just finished one frame, which means it will probably take us like 20 minutes to finish the next one. Maybe even 15. And it will probably take us 30 minutes to finish this one. Maybe even 15. Fumi is in your top 3 of people in the real sphere. Spectacular. Fumi's great. Fumi's phenomenal. A game you want to try recently is Duet Night of Days. I don't know what that game is. You're welcome to tell me about it. Well, as a highlighted message from Mino. Although I'm not a medical student, I want to remind you to pay attention to the muscles in your left shoulder. Especially the trapezius area to avoid strain. It's better not to sleep on your side. Ideally, you should sleep next to me. Thank you, Mino. Thank you. Thank you, Mino. You're so real for that one, Mino. Do I play any modern gacha other than Macedor? I used to play Does FGO count as modern? Chat, important question. Does FGO count as a modern gacha? Does FGO count as a modern gacha? I played a little bit of Genshin Impact, though I honestly play it more like a story game than a gacha game. So it's been a long time since we've logged on, because like the file size for that game's ridiculously large. I don't think it's 10 years old yet, is it? Did they celebrate the 10th anniversary? I thought it was the 8th anniversary. Maybe they did celebrate the 10th anniversary. Yeah, so I'd like to say that I don't play gacha games, but technically card games are always inherently gacha games. I will say, at least if I open physical card packs, I can say that I have the physical card, as opposed to like digital cardboard. So that's why we pretty much just do Macedor free to play. I think that looks pretty solid, all things considered. So let us continue onward. Have I ever played Warframe? Yes. We played a little bit of Warframe with Rin. Here's the problem with Warframe. I actually have nothing against the game. Like, at all. This has everything to do with me. Alright? Bear that in mind, Warframe enjoyers. This has everything to do with me. So when I play Monster Hunter World, I don't have a controller. I use my $5 keyboard that we got from Micro Center that they tried to sell us $15 insurance on. That was crazy. When I play Monster Hunter, I can play that game for like 8 hours straight. We did an 8-hour stream one time without my hands cramping up. But I played less than like an hour and a half of Warframe, and my hands were hurting the entire time. Something about the keybinds for Warframe really flares up like some kind of latent arthritis or carpal tunnel that I have. So I really don't think I can play Warframe because it puts too much strain on my hands. Which is interesting considering that like I can play like League of Legends for several hours. I can play Monster Hunter for okay, I haven't tried playing League of Legends for several hours anytime recently. But back in the day, I could play League of Legends for hours, no issue. There's something about like having to constantly like hold the shift and the crouch and the jump or whatever for like Warframe in the movement. Really messes up my hands. How did it autocorrect? Oh. I don't know. Okay, I was also confused as to why you said exactly. Again, chat reminded of what you. So, nothing against what's it called? Again, chat, we have nothing against Warframe. I just physically cannot play that game without holding myself. And this isn't like a ha 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 funny like League of Legends joke. This is like a real being 100% real chat. My hands hurt and that's no good for little hands. Gotta take good care of my claws, chat. You know, as lobsters and I guess even people, right? As lobsters get older, chat, you really gotta start taking care of yourself. Like, look, here's the thing. Everyone will probably think to themselves, like, "Oh, this lobsters, you know, shed their shells, right? Well, sure, I might shed my shell, but it, you know, the muscles underneath are still the same. If I got a bad claw, as many times as I shed my skin, that's not gonna change the fact that I got a bad claw, you know." It's, So what happened to me, chat? Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? Oh, okay. I swear it looked like a blush changed for a minute. Suppose if nothing changed, that's fine. So, I used to work a job in social services. And there's nothing wrong with social services. I just stopped working there because of reasons. Personal reasons. And so, while I was working there was so many repetitive tasks on the keyboard that I actually messed up my hand. Doing, like, it's repetitive tasks that mess people up the most. You have to be very careful. Repetitive tasks will mess up your, like, hands and joints. More than, like, anything else. Like, short from, like, actually doing something to harm them. No, it's a really scary debuff, so... Unfortunately, in my time working in that job, cause like, I like to play games. I like to do art. So all the stuff that I would do in my free time, chat, like, you know, play games, do art, and all the stuff I gotta do as a person outside of work, like cook, clean, everything. Imagine I go to work for 8 hours a day. and I'm doing my repetitive hand typing task. I take like an hour drive home, an hour of rest, right? An hour of rest. I immediately start cooking or cleaning for probably like an hour or two. I start either drawing or playing a video game for another 3 to 4 hours. This is now a collective 16. No, not 16. It's collective 12 to 13 hours I have been using my hands with minimal break. And I do this 5 days a week. You know, for all of eternity. Not even all of eternity. I think it actually took me less than like 2 months to mess up my hand, which was terrifying. And so, like, it was really scary. Because it felt debilitating that, like, in my free, like, I had to start, like, this is part as to why I started actually watching One Piece before I switched over to, like, watching the... Well, actually, no. I think I've always been on the dub, but, like, it became a point where I had to start, like, watching One Piece because in my free time when I got home, I couldn't do the other stuff I wanted to do. Because if I started drawing, I started playing video games. My hands would get even messed up than they already were. So it's really frustrating because it's like, well, these are the things I actually want to do. Like my 9 to 5, it keeps the lights on, don't get me wrong. But I am not the kind of person that makes my career my life, I suppose. I guess it's maybe because like I don't have like a like hardline career like some people. Like some people, they become a doctor and that's their whole life. They become a lawyer, that's their whole life. More power to them, you know. That ain't me. You know, everyone's got their own stuff going on, you know. And so it was really frustrating to not be able to use my hands. So that's why we start working that job. Because like, at the end of the day, it's like, what's that job gonna do for me when my hands are all messed up in like however many years? Oh, welcome on. I'm sorry. Totally. Hi. Welcome on in. Sorry. We had a little bit, this is a little bit of a downer conversation topic, but let me catch you all up. I was talking about how I can't play Warframe because the keybinds on Warframes and the in-game actions you have to take because I play on keyboard hurts my hand. Versus like other games I can play for hours. Hello Bimbo, welcome on in. Work early. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you have a phenomenal evening, girlie. Chat, if y'all don't know Walk, check her out. She's super funny. She has really good variety streams if you ever catch her playing stuff like Ace Attorney. She's also a phenomenal duelist. And a lot of her Yu-Gi-Oh! Content, if you check out her YouTube and other channels, she makes very digestible and very educational Yu-Gi-Oh! Content. I understand so much about different Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetypes because of work experience. Shoutouts to the girl. For y'all who don't know me, I'm Sansely. Today we're doing art. I was yapping about how I used to work in social services, and because of all the repetitive tasks they had me do on the Yo computer, it took me like less than 2 months to like develop, like, it's either arthritis or carpal tunnel. But basically my wrists are messed up now because I took that job all those years back. Once you mess up your wrist, chat, there's no going back. At least, maybe if I was like younger when I had the job, maybe, but just don't get into a certain age yet. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Take care of your bodies. Take care of your bodies. Today we're doing art. Doing an art commission for this character, and it's a little animated emo. Your wrist has been hurting lately. Okay, so when your wrists start hurting, if you give them proper rest, I was told there shouldn't be any issues. You can also do like hand stretching exercises. The thing is, it was my job, So 8 hours a day, I was doing repetitive tasks. I would come home and I would want to either play video games or draw. And it was a long time back when I was still also like an avid League of Legends player. So imagine like going to work for 8 hours and doing a repetitive task with your hand. Getting home, like, you know, doing all this stuff around the house, cleaning, cooking, whatever, using your hands. And then spending on like 3 to 4 hours playing like video games or doing art or something. And you do that for like however many weeks. 5 days a week, we're talking 12 to 14 hours of constantly using your hands. And not just using your hands. Using your hands in very like intensive tasks of like clicking and typing. Not to mention just the repetitive tasks. The repetitive tasks put your hands to work. If I try playing games with a controller, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of the modern games don't actually hurt my hands that much. It's specifically the positioning of Warframe's keybinds that mess up my hands. We played Monster Hunter on keyboard for 8 hours, and my hands did not hurt at all. It honestly takes a lot to make it flare up these days because I do a really good job of watching out for my hands. I think it's been 6 or 7 years now since my hands got messed up. Although some odd years ago. I can't remember if we may have been fresh out of school. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't say if I took that job while we were still in school or not. I can't remember off the top of my head. But if it was while we were still in school, that means we would also spend an additional 3 to 4 hours a day typing for our English degree. Which means it's probably a collective 16 hours I spent daily anyways. Regardless. So nowadays, it's not that big of a problem. But when I feel it, that's when it concerns me. And so I was really surprised that Warframe even made it flare up. And that's why you don't see us on Warframe anymore. So I think we should be fine, all things considered. If it becomes an issue, I think I'll definitely take up your suggestion in the future, Pumi. I think for now, I'm, as the kids say, chillin'. I think we're pretty okay now, currently, chat. Because I've done a really good job to, I think I've done a solid job of trying to keep it, like, under wraps. I might move this so that it's more consistent with the artwork. Oh, that's my alarm. Yeah, like, this is also why it's convenient that I play card games, because that means I'm only clicking with a mouse every couple of, like, seconds or something. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel has never hurt my hands. Thank God. I would be really upset if I couldn't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Yeah, I think that looks good. Very linear movement between here to here. I might raise this a little bit. And then we'll pop down here. And a little bit of racing. So luckily, chat, we don't have too much to worry about. Luckily. Yeah, it's just Warframe in particular that happens to do it for us. So I'm not too concerned. Of course, again, I'm gonna keep an eye out. We gotta be vigilant, of course. I always keep an eye out, otherwise, like, you know. It is one of probably my greatest fears. Is, like, losing access to my hand. Because there's just too much I want to do. Like, I want to draw, I want to play games, and like, yes, I know people learn how to do those things with other, like, limbs. I really don't want to have to learn to use my other limbs for these actions, you know? I would really prefer not to have to do that. So firstly, I appreciate the concern, everyone. Secondly, I hope you aren't too concerned. Like, don't worry too much about me. I'll be alright. I hate for you all to be all super concerned about little Chansley. We'll be alright. So since we don't have a backside reference, what I use to kind of figure out what the hairline would look like for the back is I kind of imagine the front, right? I look at the front. I kind of imagine what goes in between. And then in my head, it's probably easier if you just like draw it out. In my head, I flip it. And that's how the hairline kind of looks like from the back. And then from there, you would just connect that. And fill that all in. And that's what you would kind of think that the backside of the hair looks like. Albeit, you can adjust it how you feel. Like, if you feel like this wrist is a little bit longer because of this side over here. Like, if you feel like the back end would be, like, longer, then you could make those adjustments. I don't know if this is, like, the proper way to do it, but in my head, that's how I kind of try to imagine the back side. And sometimes the backside of hair is like a little bit weird to render. But we do our best. We do what we can. And we hope it looks good. I'm not particularly like a good artist. I don't think I would consider myself a very good artist. But luckily, art is one of those skills that you can practice. So, here we are, practicing art. I think we've definitely gone on like a very... We've gone on a very long roundabout set of topics today. I feel like normally when we're yapping, it tends to gravitate towards like a single concept. I feel like we're really out all over the place today. Not that that's a bad thing though. I think it's sometimes fun to hop around to different topics. They have these big puffy sleeves, but they also have these little cuffs. And it's kind of hard to draw those cuffs at every single angle. We're gonna try to give it our best. They also have these little belts on their arm right here that we're going to try to incorporate into this design by drawing these lines. For those of y'all who don't know, we're doing a specific type of commission for a Kuru Kuru emote. So emote that spins around in a circle. I draw it in 4 different art styles. We're doing the crayon style, so it's really simplified. So we could go more detailed if we wanted to, but the point of this particular commission is to make it kind of simplified. Yeah. Anything else we need to draw? No. Now we can hop over to the little orange color. These are just some of the details. If you look on the short, there's like these stripes. And there's these little mushroom spots on the top of the hat. I don't think we're going to be able to, like, one-for-one copy them, but... if anything, I think the onion skin's probably confusing me. Hmm. One, two, three, 4. And now I think the rest of these can kind of just be whatever we feel like. Plus, there's something calming about doing these like slightly simpler artworks. After we do all the details and a lot of it is kind of just coloring stuff in, that's very calming. Now let's see how that's looking. And that's the last thing. Hopefully the spot changes don't look too distracting. This is just like the flip version of it. Let's go ahead and save our progress. Always make it a good habit to save your work. You're working on it. Who knows what could happen? I actually made that mistake of not following my own advice like Friday. And ended up losing a lot of work. But luckily I was able to come back. So we're snacking. We're doing a little bit of snacking. And then we will continue. We're almost done. One more frame. Oh, I just remembered the food-related yap. Food-related yap tab. Food-related yap. Alright, so. Today, I went to a place called Farmer Boys. It's this little restaurant. It's like a fast food restaurant. It's a chain. The fast food chain. And so at this fast food chain, they have these like little box deals. Everything else is pretty expensive, but they have these like box meal deals. Where you get like something, usually some fries, some kind of like sandwich, fries, and a drink for like 10 or $11. Not too shabby of a deal. I'm gonna look at the bangs to make sure we're drawing them correctly from the other side. Anywho, so I went to Farmer Boys and they have this thing called the snacker box. And I thought, okay, that sounds kind of interesting because of the contents. So in this snacker box, which I've never tried before, I normally get like one of their like burger things. I've actually, interestingly enough, until I started working at my current workplace, I had never been to a Farmer Boys. But there's like 2 of them in the city. There might even be a 3rd one, I could be wrong. There's like 2 of them in the city where my workplace is. I don't think it's like a particularly unknown chain either. I think it's a relatively known chain. I digress. So there's 2 Farmer Boys. We go to Farmer Boys. I ordered the snack box. Snack box comes with a grilled cheese. It's sourdough with some mixed cheeses. And it also comes with your choice of either 2 or 3 for I think like an additional $1 or something. Chicken tenders. And then it also comes with fries. And like that kind of actually sounds like a decent amount of food. I'd never tried their chicken tenders until this point. Well, it's actually pretty solid chicken tenders, all things considered. Like, I had gone ketchup because I didn't think they were going to be, like, that great. So I kind of just wanted something to, like, douse the taste. And I don't do ranch. so... On the chicken tenders. And they were really good. Like, unironically, they were actually really good chicken tenders. They were very well breaded. There's no, like, climax to this. Like, there's no, like, big twist or anything. It's just like, I had good food. I had good food. That was the story. I had good food. I remember I was in, like, a writing class. And when I was doing my degree, I didn't want to have to be in any creative writing classes. But you kind of, like, had to take it for whatever reason. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, I'm just gonna do it for, you know... Because we got to, right? We gotta take this class because the fancy people... To get the fancy piece of paper, they demand that we take this class. So here I am, getting signed up to take this class. And we were in the creative writing class. And we were assigned groups, as one does, right? As one does, you get assigned groups. And the groups would change up every now and then. But basically, we were supposed to read stories from a little booklet. Then we were supposed to write our own little stories, like self-anecdotes. And I have nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with self-anecdotes. I have nothing against creative writing. It just wasn't what I was looking for in school. I think I appreciate creative writing outside of that setting, outside of an academic setting, and under my own conditions. I digress. And so... we get into these groups, and I, like, one of the stories is like, write about a time that you gave someone a gift. And so I talked about how I had mailed one of my longtime internet friends a gift. And we go to share the story with, like, our group mates or whatever. And I'm not upset at my group mates for this. I suppose I'm like... I don't even know if I'm upset. I guess maybe I'm upset. Maybe I'm just confused. I'm trying to think of, like, the proper... the proper descriptor to describe the situation I ended up in. Which was, I shared my story with my group members, and then they told me, well, your story... like, doesn't have any conflict. And I'm like, well, yeah, because there was no conflict. And so they were telling me I had to have a conflict in my story. And I suppose if it is for the point of writing, I understand where they're coming from. However, I'm not sure if this was like... I don't know if this is a difference with views. Maybe this is like a autism thing. I'm not sure. I understood what they were trying to say. I understood the concept of a story requiring some kind of conflict. In terms of, they were trying to tell me that, like, hey, the story that you tell people if you are going to, like, creative write, something needs to happen. However, from my perspective, I feel like you can tell stories where stuff doesn't have, like... I'm not trying to say that it would be a good story, but I guess it's more like if the prompt... Right, I'm following the prompt for the writing piece. I'm not trying to like sit here and like rule shock them or something on this, because like I don't think there's any particularly strong rules to writing in this sense, like in this scenario, right? Like, yes, there's rules to writing, but I think in this particular scenario where we're taking a creative writing class, I don't think there were any like hard set rules. So basically, if the prompt tells me to write a story about a time I gave someone a gift, and I write like it wasn't make up a story. The prompt was basically along the lines of like write about a time you gave someone a gift, and I do that. I understand from the point of like, I guess, achieving some kind of like literary merit, I suppose. They don't want it to be a feel-good story. Like, they're like, well, did something go wrong? Did the gift get lost in the mail? Did this happen or this happen? I'm like, no. No, the gift just it showed up and they got the gift. And they didn't like that because they said the story had to have a conflict. And from my perspective, it's like, okay. The thing is, the prompt wanted it to be non-fiction in terms of it had to be a real experience in your life. And at the time, because this was like it was like a timed writing in class or something, I think. This was the first time they had it like timed, I think. So basically, like the whole prompt was like, we're in class. They tell us to write about an experience. And like, I guess maybe this is an exercise to become, I don't know. Like, I'm sure there's like a point to the exercise. Basically, from my perspective, I felt like I had followed the prompt. And I'm not saying that my story was like entertaining, but I don't think I wrote like an incorrect story. And so, from my perspective, I felt like not every story has to have a conflict. Like, I understand that they are creative writing majors and they want to tell stories in which conflict happen. Because those are, like, stories to be told. Oh, Bushin, thank you for the head pats and the Wits head pats. I really think this is just a tism thing. But like, if they wanted me to write a story with conflict, then I guess the prompt could have been, write about a time you gave someone a gift and something went wrong. Like, if the prompt is write about the time you gave someone a gift, and I just summarized the time that I gave someone a gift, and there was no other instruction, I don't think I'm entirely incorrect for literally just writing down the time I gave someone a gift. Because that's what everyone else did. It's just like, I'm sorry. Everyone else is a terrible gift giver. I've been told majority of my life that I'm pretty good at giving gifts. And in the years since then, I have stories where like, oh no, something went wrong with the gift. But like, in that like 20-minute span when they said write a story about the time you gave someone a gift, the first give a gift story that popped into my head was that story. And the story didn't have any conflict because it's just a thing that had happened. Well, no, like, yeah, they hate slice of life. That's it. They hate slice of life. The creative writing people hate slice of life, I guess. I don't know. But, like, here's the thing, is that, like... So, you want me to, like, lie or something? You know, like, that's the other thing. It's like, so either I cannot physically, like, complete the task. Because at that point, like, I could not think of a time that I had, like, not... I cannot think of a time there was an issue with me giving someone a gift. Because I'm a pretty darn good gifter. So, like, I don't know if maybe I just don't have the proper, unique human experience as some of these other people who, like, aren't good gift givers. I don't know. Maybe they have friends that, like, aren't nice to them. So those friends will complain about the gifts that, like, they give them. Right? But basically, I could not, at the time, in my abilities based off of, like, that moment, fulfill the prompt in which the way that my group mates wanted me to fulfill the prompt without lying. And this is supposed to be non-fiction about our life experiences. And I guess the real answer is like, well, San, you're just gonna have to lie. Which is what I found out, is I just had to, like, lie for the rest of the semester. And just add fake plot twists to all of my stories. Because, like, it's not that I don't have conflict in my life, chat. It's that, like, the prompts that they had us write about were mundane. And so, growing up, my problems weren't, oh no, I got someone the wrong gift. My problems were like... Like, sometimes I suppose you have, like, regular school issues, but I guess a lot of the, like, more pickup problems were, like financials. Like, I don't know if it's just the way that the course was written or something. Maybe it just lacked... Maybe the course just happened to lack experiences that me as a Southeast Asian American could apply my life experiences to. There were, like, very few stories that I could write. And then the one time I, like, wrote a story that I didn't lie in, everyone kept pressuring me about it. And this was back when I was in school, so I was a little bit more sensitive. So it's not that they, like, hurt my feelings. It's more like I didn't realize at the time that the story I shared, like, invoked a lot of deep emotions in me. So I forget the exact prompt. But basically, it was a story about my younger school days. About how there was a kid in my class. And he had Tourette's syndrome. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just relevant to the story. He had Tourette's syndrome. And so that obviously means that he's going to be, like... I'm not trying to, like, stereotype. This is just what happened. I guess I'll take off the modifier, obviously. He had Tourette's, and because of his specific Tourette's, he was very disruptive in class. And so, my folks would work really long hours. So when I was at the school, because I didn't have any folks that lived by the school, they had me in, like, one of those, like, after school programs that watch your kids till the parents get out. And, I just went to school. Trying to be, like, you know, good, I guess, little Asian child, as Asian children try to do, I suppose, right? I don't want to cause any trouble for my folks, because they got bigger things to be concerned about than me causing trouble in school. They got work to do, they work long hours, they got bills to pay. I understand that completely. And so this was when I was really young, too. Like, I was still in elementary school. And because I was, like, the quote-unquote really well-behaved kid, right? Because I don't want to cause any fuss for my folks. They always paired me up with this kid. Everyone else got to pick their, like, group partners for group work. I never got to. That's, like, whatever. Like, it's not entirely the teacher's fault. It is kind of the teacher's fault. that, like, basically everyone else she tried to pair him up with, either he would make all the girls in the other girls in the class cry. Like, he would actually make them cry. Like, they'd be, like, literally sobbing tears. Or, like, the other, like, kids would just, like, find him annoying. Which I felt was kind of ironic, considering that, like, they never wanted to partner with him in class. But they would play with him on the playground. But whatever, right? So I was forced to work with this kid. And it's not his fault, he's a kid, right? But I'm also a kid at the time, so just keep that in mind that I'm also a kid in the story. And so when I'm writing out the story, I talk about how in the story, like, I spend pretty much every day with this kid. And I basically, like, I know pretty much, like, all of their, like, all of his, like, little tics and stuff. And I had no problem with his tics. I understood that he couldn't control his actions. However, I did also understand that that kid was very disruptive intentionally. Like, I know that is a very strong statement to make. But I do not say this lightly, that that kid definitely took advantage of being, like, sent on, like, timeout and stuff so he didn't have to do classwork. And I didn't care that he did that. Like, that's his own stuff, right? The one time it mattered is there was, like, the fitness... Like, there's a fitness test you have to do or something that they implemented at some point. Like, in American education. And the fitness test, like, it's a test. They explained it to us as a test. So from my perspective, like, I don't want to fail the test and get in trouble and cause a big issue for my folks. But here's the problem is this kid, part of the fitness test is you have to run a mile. This kid doesn't run the mile, he walks the mile. So we pair up for the fitness test. And of course, I'm paired up with this kid because, you know, he's a troublemaker. Sam's got to pair up with the kids because the teacher's got no one else is going to pair up with him. And it's the same old usual for pretty much like the whole time. I'm chilling up until we have to run the mile. And you don't get to pick who goes first. Like, the system picked for you. And the problem is he went first. You're probably thinking, Sam, like, why does that even matter? Because my little, like, child self, just put yourself in the shoes of, like, a kid in, like, probably, like, maybe 3rd or 4th grade. I'm not entirely sure. You're told that there is a very important fitness test. And your partner is this really disruptive kid. That's whatever. Until you remember this kid doesn't run the mile. This kid walks the mile. So by the time the second group of kids start running for the mile, I start getting really concerned. Because he's still walking. And we only have like an hour to do a whole fitness test. Hello, Santon. Welcome on in. And so my little, like, 8-year-old, I don't know how old I was. My child self was freaking out. Because I thought I was going to fail the 5th grade fitness test. Or was it 5th? Well, I don't know. I think it was 5th grade. I could be wrong. It sounds correct because of... Is it 4th grade fitness? I don't know. There was a physical exam. I want to say 5th grade. I could be wrong. I want to say 5th grade because of the alliteration. But maybe they just had us take one every year. I digress. That's not super important. The fitness exam, right? I'm freaking out. Because I don't want to get a bad grade in school. Because that means my folks have to come in and talk to my teacher. And they got to take time off work. Hello, Squibbly. Welcome on in. And that is like my biggest fear as like a little kid growing up in an Asian family and being a girl. It's causing problems for my folks. And I think this kid they had towards, I probably spent like 2-3 years of my life, like almost every day with this kid. Because this kid was also in that extended school program. So I got there at 6 a.m. in the morning. The kid gets there at 7. I'm with this kid from 7 a.m. to like 5, 6 p.m. at night. I'm spending more time with this kid than my goddamn parents. And so like all of a sudden like I feel myself like I start crying. And the teacher comes over and they're like, what's wrong? What's wrong? And like I've always had a problem with being paired up with this kid. Right? But I never said anything about it because like I know they're like no one else, like there's nobody else that's gonna deal with this kid. So here I am, and I don't even know why I'm crying because I'm too young to like properly process that I'm frustrated. And the teacher comes over and the teacher's like, Sam, what's wrong? And I'm like, I'm partnered with this kid and I'm gonna fail my 5th grade fitness test because you got me partnered with this kid. And the teacher's like, she's really concerned. Cause like, I don't cry. I don't cry. So she's really concerned. Cause like, okay, a kid's crying. There's obviously something wrong, right? Like, especially when it's not like a... If I was a kindergartner, me crying is like one thing. I was like a little bit older. Like, I was at least, I think, in 3rd grade at this time. So it's like a little bit of a big deal. And everyone's like, what's wrong? And I just start yelling at them. I'm like, everyone else gets to pick their gosh dang partners. Like, I didn't say gosh dang. But like, everyone else gets to pick their partners when they pair up for stuff. Everyone else gets to do this. Everyone gets to do that. I'm always stuck with him. And because of him, I'm gonna fail my 5th grade fitness test. Again, we're gonna say that. It could be thought of. I'm gonna fail the fitness test because of this bozo. But like, from my perspective, it was like, what am I supposed to do? Cry? I can't cry. All the other girls already cried, and they just pass him along to the next person. I'm the last person in the class. If I cry, I'm probably still stuck with him. That was my perspective on it. And so, like, my poor teacher, by the way, my poor teacher, she's just sitting here like, oh my god, this child is crying. And it was like the first time, surprisingly. I feel like I was able to, like, actually properly articulate, like, my wants and desires to, like, an authority figure. And so, I remember being in this college writing class, and I told them about the story. And I didn't include in the part about my parents and how I didn't want to, like, give them a hard time. And they're like, I don't know, San. You sound like you were being way too harsh on that kid. Like, why do you even care if you fail the 5th grade fitness exam? So here I am in this, like, this legitimate college classroom. My poor peers. My poor peers. My poor professor. And I don't notice it happens until, like, I'm already midway into, like, sobbing out my explanation. And I'm like, because my folks work hard. My folks gave up their entire lives in another country to come to America so I could have a better chance at education and stuff. And now I'm gonna fail my 5th grade fitness test because of this bozo. And so, like, in a room of, like, folks that weren't, like, Asian American. Well, actually, surprisingly, some of them were Asian American, but, like, I guess maybe they didn't get it. I don't know. I'm not here to tell people what they can or cannot get. It wasn't until that class that I realized that, like, you know what? I think I have some, like, deep-seated feelings about that I haven't really resolved, all things considered. I don't know if we'll ever, like, resolve them. I don't think it's, like, a particular thing that I'm, like, going out of my way to seek help for. Because I think it's, like, it's in the past. It's nothing, like, crazy. But it was just, like, really frustrating that it felt like, on top of, like, in the past, when my, like, roommates at one time told me, it's like, oh, well, this story doesn't have conflict. And it's like, okay, So I finally give y'all a real story that has conflict from my soul. And instead of just being like, okay, well, she finally gave a real story, the first thing they say is like, I don't know, you would be a little harsh in your story. The story just doesn't really sound really believable. Like, you know, why do you even care if this kid does this? And it's like, I suppose, I'm not sure, this is just a difference in values. I'm not sure if maybe you were just privileged enough that your folks, you didn't feel like you had to do well for your folks or something. I can't say. Can't speak for the other people in that class. I was like, you know, I don't think that's quite nice of them to try to decide the merit to a story that I shared of when I was a child, by the way. Which means that, like, from the perspective of, like, the story being told. Of course there's, like, some bias. Like, you know, like... Of course there's, like, a level of bias to that, I suppose. Like, not a particularly... Maybe a particularly strong bias, who knows. But I digress. I felt like I was very justified and I was very frustrated because, like... I'm already, like, I suppose, opening up to a group of essentially strangers. Like, I don't care if we've been in this class together for however long. Back then, I really didn't talk about myself very much. So, like, again, I'm aware that, like, my poor professor, by the way. I'm aware that, like, my professor and probably a lot of my peers weren't aware of how their, like, line of questioning and their, like, actions were affecting me. And I suppose at the time I didn't properly know either, right? But it was just still kind of, like... What's that mean? Like, it kind of grinds my gears. Yeah, it kind of grinds my gears where it's like... I'm trying so hard to be authentic with you. And the second I'm being authentic with you, I'm met with, like, criticism instead of, like... I'm not expecting them to, like, hand me a Nobel Prize or something. Be like, you're the greatest writer we've ever seen. Everyone else's reaction is like, wow, thank you for sharing your story, X person. That was so deep. That was so insightful. I tell a real story for the first time, and they're like, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like... That seems really unrealistic. What do you mean that seems unrealistic? This is the real story that happened to me. But once this is the real story that I'm not lying about, if I have some kind of conflict. You finally have your conflict and now you're telling me the conflict ain't real. It's ridiculous, I tell you, ridiculous. Why I wanna. Ugh. Anywho. Oh, whoopsie. There goes my earbud. Anywho, so I was just like, I was in disbelief. It was just like, I cannot with y'all right now. Like nothing pleases you people at all, does it? Which, like, you know, I don't care too much about being a people pleaser, but it was just like... in almost like the most, what's the word? In almost like the most sitcom way possible, it was just like... Come on! You're kidding me, right? Like, when you see... Let's see. How did this follow? Yeah. So after that story, I went back to, like, lying in all of my prompts. Because clearly being authentic didn't matter to these people. They just wanted the drama or something. I don't know. Which, like, leads me to, like, question their authority at all. In, like, terms of, like... Like, not to be callous to my classmates. But for some of them in particular, I really began to, like, question the credibility of some of their statements. If they were, like, also the same people to tell me I wasn't, like, probably providing enough conflict. And then for me to provide them, like, if it was real and personal conflict, and have them like, yeah, well, I don't know, like, Dude, it's not realistic. And it's like, what do you mean that's not realistic? I lived it. I lived it, I tell ya. Like, I don't know. Maybe I didn't particularly, like, articulate it correctly, right? Like I said, it, like, from this I learned that there was a lot of, like, deep-seated emotions around this, like, activity and action that happened in my past. That I didn't quite resolve. And so, after this fitness test, the kid left the school. And so, as an adult, you can be logical and say, well, the kid probably transferred out so they could go to a school with better accommodation, right? But when you're the little kid who is always stuck with this guy, you've been stuck with this guy for like at least a year, if not maybe 2 years, every day. And he bounces around between all these kids getting cornered by his partner. And you're the last person that has to partner with him. And you finally tell the teacher, I've had enough. And that kid moves away. As a little kid, you can't help but wonder, like, is that my fault? And people will say that it's like, the teacher told us afterwards that, like, it was no one's particular fault. But as a kid, you always have that thought in the back of your head. That maybe it really was your fault. And that was also another point that they're like, I don't know, it's, you know, it's not realistic to expect that you were the reason he moved away. It's like, okay, but like the narrative point of the story is from the point of the perspective of a child. Like, is that so difficult to, like, I could not with some of these people. It's like, is that so difficult for you to understand? Is that the person narrating the story, the perspective of the narrator, is not me, the adult sitting in your classroom. It's me, the however-year-old child that was worried that I would fail this fitness exam. I suppose maybe that is why it was so difficult for them to understand. Is that most of them only talked about, like, a lot of conflicts they had in their adult life or something. Or, like, their teen years. But for me to bring up something from, like, a younger perspective and not try to, like, lay anything too crazy until, like, the end conclusion as an adult. Perhaps it just... I could not immerse them in the story. Who knows? But whether it's because they refuse to suspend disbelief, maybe they're just a harsh critic, or maybe they're just really unempathetic. We may never know, chat. We may never know. I just know that, like, that did particularly irk me. And it is kind of difficult to, like, upset me as a person. Like, I feel like I'm very easygoing overall. I'm pretty chill, I'd like to say. But, like, those interactions in particular, I was like, you're gotta be kidding me, right? Like, ugh. Why I order? Why I order? Some people, folks, some people you just cannot make happy. So do focus on yourselves. Focus on yourselves, your own goals, and your own happiness. Obviously, don't be, like, evil to others, you know. For the sake of your own purposes, but... I think it's fair to keep your own best interests in mind, you know? I'm trying to think of, like, another story that someone told that, like, everyone I swear applauded. Since we're on the topic, I'm trying really hard to think of a story where, like, everyone else seemed to, like, applaud. So when I think back to my own story, I just also continue to still sit in disbelief of, like, oh, come on, you know. Hmm. Oh, I forgot to add the brown to this layer. We'll add the brown to this layer. Gotta finish up. Might as well finish up this one because we're almost done. Two, three. Oh wait, no, I'm not supposed to be drawing this on this layer. Shoot. This layer. This. Oh, it's been so long that I cannot remember. And it's not that the other, I felt like their stories were any worse than mine or mine was any better than theirs. It's just particularly their comments. Like, trying to talk about, like, oh, that doesn't seem very realistic, or yada yada yada. Is what, like, was what had particularly concerned me at that moment. Let's see, am I missing anything else? I might adjust the hairline a little bit. You started learning how to make 3D objects? That's super neat. Which program were you using? No, that's super cool. Props to you. I could not personally imagine using like a 3D modeling program. That sounds like far too advanced. Maya? I hear about that one often. Are you liking it? I'm gonna go back to the other one and add the white underlayer for the cape. What layer is this one? Yeah, sorry about the random tangent. Me when I'm yapping. This had felt particularly wronged by that class. So since the topic was there, I decided to yap about it. Ooh, alright. We also have to add the little beads to the backside here. Technically, there are these little strings on this, so... I'm gonna add this here. I'm not sure how well that translates. It's not not too hard once you get the hang of it. I'll consider it. Thank you for the rich headpads. I think the biggest concern for me is I probably don't have the time. There's like 5 billion things I want to be doing at any given moment. I do appreciate the offer, and I'll keep the offer in mind. I'm just not sure if I'll be able to, like, make any use out of the offer. Because it's like, well, I also want to be doing art. Like, you know, 2D art. It's because there's too much art we want to do. It's a problem. We want to do too many things. Alright. Let's see how that looks. I think it's looking pretty solid. Let me hide the sketch layer. And then let me hide the reference image. Alright, it's going, chat. It's going. It's going. There it goes, chat. There it goes. It's funny though, because you're the opposite and you have a hard time understanding the 2D art program. Yeah, we're spinning, chat. We cool. Alright, let's go. I don't know if I entirely, like, understand the 2D art programs. I think I've just worked in them long enough, like... I guess I understand them. I guess the word I'm looking for to properly explain it is... I don't think I have an innate understanding of them. And I don't think I was, like, particularly proficient with them to start. I think it was, like, a learned skill. Rather than something that I was, like, particularly, like, good at. I don't think I had, like, a particular talent for the 2D art. I think it's just more like, I really wanted to learn how to do 2D art because animation's like the coolest thing to me. Like, watching cartoons, watching anime and stuff, that's like the coolest thing to me. I really respect 2D, like, hand-drawn animation. It's why I want to practice doing it. Okay. Next thing we need to decide is if I want the swoosh line. We probably don't want the swoosh line, but it doesn't hurt to turn it on just to see how... Yeah, okay, never mind. That looks terrible. We're taking the swoosh line off. Let us save. And then let me double check what kind of background they wanted. They wanted a transparent background. Alright. Thank you, Santon. So you're probably wondering, San, what's with this dark background? What are we doing? First, I'm going to hit the frame to make sure we have everything filled in. So any spots, like up here, you see how, like, there's some of the orange that comes out? We're going to fill in any spots that aren't completely filled in areas that should be filled in. Yeah, that's one thing we're going to be doing. We're also going to double check for any spots where, like, the color overlaps the line art and clean that up. And then we're gonna do that for every single frame. But luckily, this one is pretty manageable. There's only 4 frames. There are much longer animations we've worked on with a lot more frames. Which is why, like, I don't have a lot of art pieces. Y'all see me spend a lot of hours on art. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot to show for it. Like, not in a bad way. It's just like, animation just takes a while. And because I'm not, like an amazing artist to begin with. It just takes me a bit. But luckily for us, art is like, I'm a firm believer art is one of those skills that you can actually like train and practice to get good at. Music is another one of those. I think if you play like a musical instrument, I think there's definitely people with like a higher aptitude for it. Like they're very, it's something they're very good at, right? But it's also a skill that like you could just choose to get better at if you are able to put in the time. Also going to fill in any areas that, like I said, look like they're not filled all the way in. And clean up any spillovers. Yeah, it is a journey. So hopefully, one day we will be very good at art. At least I hope one day to get to a point that like I am looking to get to, if that makes any sense. Like I hope that one day I am proficient enough at art as I would like to be. And it may be a long time to get to that point. But I suppose as long as I'm working towards that goal, I can't be too upset. We'll get there when we get there. We will get there when we get there, as long as it takes. Thank you. Okay, then what we do is we go here. We can kind of cheat on this one. Thank goodness. I need to make a new folder. In this folder will be a layer. That will hold the white. And each frame has its own white. So I have to go to each frame. And I have this convenient little tool. Thank goodness. I have this convenient little tool that will allow me to crop areas. And we will use that so that we can fill in all of this. So we don't have to cover it all by hand, thank goodness. That would definitely take a while. I'll tell you that, chat. That would definitely take quite some time. Okay. Then this is the last frame that we're going to do the white one. And I just have it on the black background so we can double check what it looks like. I can also just change the background color to like something like green. We can watch it on green too. And the reason why I'll swap around the colors is on certain backgrounds you'll notice certain stuff. Like, technically there's white here and like white here. And if I wanted to, I can clean up the white in those areas. If for some reason I feel like that feels sloppy, I can clean that up by erasing it. Or like, I come here and then I realize, oh no, I accidentally left that in, when technically that should be left transparent. Right over here too. Clean that up little by little. Like, some things are just a lot more noticeable in some colors. It's not the end of the world if we don't catch every detail, but again, trying to just do our best. Looking pretty solid. Let me see. Then let me double check the file type they requested. 480. You also wish to spin forever. That sounds kind of tiring, I'm not going to lie. Is a little tiring. Also, like, so I've noticed there's no like art category for YouTube. I could be wrong and maybe I'm blind, but I didn't see an art category, so I put the stream on YouTube under the entertainment category. I'm not sure if there's a better category for art or not. There's one with like people and like blogs and stuff, which I suppose is kind of more like a just chatting stream. I might have to do some like research and see if maybe there's any other VTubers that stream art on YouTube, and I can see what kind of category they put their art underneath. We might need to do that. So here's the thing about Clip Studio Paint, which is the art program I use. Clip Studio Paint has one fatal flaw. Clip Studio Paint does not export any kind of like MP4 or GIF file with transparent. I could be wrong, and this could have been changed in the recent update. So I'm gonna try exporting it right now. Oh, okay, maybe they fixed that. Maybe I'm just crazy. So prior it didn't do that, but this is version 3. So maybe they finally added it in version 3. Yeah, I know how to check this for sure. We're gonna open this in Photoshop. And Photoshop will tell me if this properly like exported. Me when I have to use like 5 different programs. Okay. And this looks like it is pretty solid. So Again, we're gonna double check any last minute details or inconsistencies. There's 1, 2 stripes here. 1, 2 stripes here. Technically, there's like a couple less spots on this side of the barrette. Let's see. The brooch is a lot bigger on this frame. I might try to make that smaller. Alright, let's see if that looks any better. It's a little bit different. Still a little big. I think that was the biggest inconsistency. I guess technically you can't really see the beads in this one, so we might need to have the beads on this one. How does that? Let me look at it with and without the beads engaged to see how I feel about it. And now we'll pause. Let's turn the beads back on and let me ever so slightly rotate. Okay. I don't think it makes a particular difference, but I'm going to include it because it is, well, it's on the top of the shoulder. That means we're technically improperly rendering it on the other plate. The other option is to like either get rid of it entirely or like pretend it doesn't exist on this page. It's kind of rough to pretend it doesn't exist. It's not a compromise that we could possibly do. Guess this would be the compromise. Is that from the back you can see that there's like a lot more intended to be there. Also, we might need to adjust the body size in the back. Because from the front it looks a lot skinnier from this angle. Let's see what we can do about that. I kind of want to make it a little bit thinner on this side too. I gotta double check colors after this again one more time. Yeah, I think that does look more accurate body shape wise. I think we have most of the important elements. The last thing is just now I need to go to all of these layers with the brown. And then we need to color in. You notice how they have these dark bloods? We just gotta color in the blood. And I'm also gonna pop back on the green so we can double check as well. Double check anything funky. Like you see here, we noticed there's some white that we did not fully erase, so we're gonna get rid of that. And then we're gonna hop over to here. I'm gonna color in the glove. Color in the glove over here as well. Almost done. Well, like right here, you see this spot? Because we moved where the buttons were. In the top again. And then we will... Ah, I missed this spot. This area is supposed to be transparent. And then let's change the background color again just to reconfirm. Alright. It will now export. Okay, then we will look at the file again. Somewhere there's a lingering white speck. In one of these frames is a lingering white. Maybe it's not a lingering white speck. Maybe it's a lingering speck of some other color. And that's why it's there. I see it in the animation preview. So... I'm just gonna try erasing in that area on every single one. I'm not sure which layer it's on. Gone ahead and erase it on every single one. Let me see this. There is a loose brown speck on one of these flames. I'm not sure what flame it is on though. But I see a loose brown speck in the image preview. Actually, wait, I can find out which flame it is by going into Photoshop properly. I'm wondering what I'm doing. I'm making sure that the file is clean. So I exported it and now I've been watching it, looking at it. Aha, I found which flame it's on. Oh. I feel like I cleaned it up just to make sure. And then we will export it again. Like all things considered, I suppose. I suppose all things considered, like this is just me being kind of picky. But I want to make sure I deliver good work. Alright. And we can test it by dropping it in here. Image. Wait, no. Okay. And there it is. It's spinning, chat. Look, it's spinning. Spinning its little wheels. Is it me or does that look yellow? It's not me, right? Like, it looks yellow instead of white? How did that happen? How did it become yellow instead of white? How does one even do that? Is it because it's a GIF file? It's doing something weird because it's a GIF file. Let me see. There's no way for me to adjust the white. I'm not sure if I'm happy with it having that yellow tinge to it. I suppose the animation is fine. Okay, ideal. I will export this frame by frame, we'll drop it in Photoshop and then call it even. For this flame 1. We'll call this flame 2. Do y'all see this, right? It's like yellow. Why is it yellow? Man, I knew it was too good to be true. I knew it was too good to be true with Clip Studio Paint. Okay, let me save. Let us open Photoshop. And then we should be able to put this together. How the heck is this not 480? I swear this is 480 pixels. How strange. You know what? I'm not going to question it. I'm just gonna we'll just open these. Y'all can't see what I'm doing because I'm doing this in a different program. So I'm basically replacing the flames with the white version instead of this weird beige yellow version. How did it become beige? That's just like my greatest mystery is how did it become beige in the first place? It just doesn't make any sense at all. And let me see. We'll export this as a GIF. So I haven't been paying attention to chat. I've been locked in on doing this a lot. What is the hex code for this? really know what the keyboard is, but let's just see. And then we will see if this is proper. I know y'all can't see, but we're going to take the little guy you see on screen. I'm going to replace him with a new file. And hopefully, he turns white. I'm not in love with the edges that Photoshop has created. But our choices are the edges that Photoshop create. Or for whatever reason, yellow. So I think I prefer the edges that Photoshop makes. I think this should be. With that in mind, I think we can finally call our evening a goal. Complete. Let's see who's live right now. That I can send y'all to. Oh wait, our friend Dell is live, and I don't get to wait her all the time because it's time zone. I'm gonna send y'all to Dell. She's doing a cute activity. She's packing some candy bags for charity. Oh my gosh, there's an ad break. I'm so sorry, Twitch chat. Thank y'all for hanging out, YouTube. Good seeing you. See y'all in the next stream. Good night, YouTube. Twitch chat, I'm so sorry y'all in ads. It didn't let me pause the ads for some reason. Our raid message for Twitch will be good luck with packing. Hope you're not doing too much snapping. Meanwhile, YouTube, in a pleasure. Chat, everyone, I hope y'all have a nice rest of your day, evening, wherever you are. Join the Discord if you'd like. I'll see y'all when I see you. Good night, YouTube.